Good morning. Are you guys ready? Ready to make some more UI? This takes flippin' forever. Wow. Anywho, I mean, it took a long time the first time around as well. And seeing as I decided then to try and let me just make sure all my streaming stuff looks good. Yeah, seeing as I'm redoing it, I mean, makes sense that it's going to feel like it's a massive slog. Right, okay. So, anyway, where were we? Let's just open up our C# project. I think the last thing I was able to do is get the portraits to show, even though they look a little bit shit. They are there, and they are working. Right. Why is my Visual Studio? Right. Close. What is happening here? No, thank you. Okay. Okay, so what were we up to? I think we got the portrait to show nicely. And the next thing is getting all these buttons connected and working, right? Okay, well, there's a couple of easy things we can still do. Like, I think we can still pretty easily get the stats to show. Like this level and kill count. Well, the kill count, I don't even have a way of tracking that, so yeah, that one might still be a problem. I'll have to code away and to track that first, but yeah, you know. For now, at least we can get the level going, because that is something that we track. We can get the skill points going again, and then all these buttons. So, let's go with the skill points first. It should be a pretty straightforward one. So, if we look at the level up, yeah, now this piece of script is getting ridiculous. Okay. But you might remember that, so we have this character stats class. We have this dictionary, and we can access the class for each. We can access each of these UI elements. And we just want the skill points, right? And it's already connected. So we just need to make sure that it gets the correct data from somewhere. Now, let's go through this and see if we can't find where we used to do this. Okay, so here we connected the character, and I think we did update stat text UI, and here we did skill points.text equals to string.format character data skill points. Oh, we have a character data kill count and level. Okay, so we basically want these three things to connect each character, right? Or to update each of the characters, right? Yeah. So what we can do is when we create the character stats UI, I think we should run a little function like this to update the actual text for that character. Okay, so let's make a little function, a new function, and we'll just call it the So let's call it public. My hands are still public void update. Not that update. Character stats UI. And this will change. You know what? No, actually, let's not do it there. So let's go when we create the character stat UI. I just want to think about this. We've created it, and it won't really go anywhere. So when do we update this? No, we can update this. Void. I mean, we'll change this if I feel like this is dumb. Okay, so update character stat UI, and we just want to know, which character we are updating for. We can get a character data, mind you. Right? I'm sure we can get away with that. So let's see. So basically what we want is we want our character stats dictionary dot, okay, and we want to access a specific piece of text or whatever the case might be. So we go character data dot character name. Right now we just need to get the label. So the first one we could get is the, okay, we want levels, skill points, and kill count. So dot level dot text, and we set that equal to character data. Actually, we can do string.format. Yeah, this is actually what we want to do, right? Yeah. Exactly. That makes sense to me. Okay, so let's do the same with the other two, so we can copy this. And the only thing we have to change is I guess we just have to put this in here. Is there skill points? Huh. Wow, I even named it the same thing. Well, that's amazing. So we got access to the labels. And we should have updated all these things with the relevant. Yeah. Okay, so that's good and everything to get it initially. So we can easily, when we create the character stats, we can update that. No problem. And, maybe we put this in create. No, that doesn't make sense. Hey, Zacho TV. Wow. That's a big first-time chat message that you put in there. Thanks for the follow, man. What do you... let's see what you're asking. You want to learn game dev with low level, like starting with OpenGL. Problem is, people told you should go with CyberSec and add a job, because this can't land a job until you have years of experience. What do you think? Well, okay, so it depends on what your goals are, right? Like, at the end of the day, right, we have to be practical about the decisions we make at some point. And so I think if you need a job, right, then it might make more sense to do things that would get you closer to getting a job, right? Which is just obvious, right? That just makes sense. So if you really need a job, you have to go into the stuff that really will get you there. Because it is possible that you won't get as much you won't have as much success in gaining or getting a job necessarily for if you go with like low level game dev stuff, right? I don't really know the market that well, to be honest with you, for that type of stuff. But generally speaking, I would do something like this. If you really need a job, do the things that are required for you to get that job. Like if it's a specific certification or qualification or skill set that you need to develop, it's not a bad idea to develop a skill set, to develop that skill set. But at the same time, it's also not a bad idea to just do difficult things that you are enjoying, right? Because that alone could potentially, let's say, help you interview for a job in the future as well. Because you're going to go deep on a project that you enjoy. And, that could be very, very useful at the end of the day. Because if you're sitting in an interview and you are passionate about some incredibly complicated project that you can go and just build your own operating system, right? Is that realistically something that is going to get you hired? And will you be hired to help build an operating system? Perhaps, but I think that's quite a niche type of job that you found yourself in right now. But if you're sitting in an interview and somebody and the question comes up, so tell us about yourself. Have you done any interesting projects? Or you put it on your resume and they're like, oh, I see you've built your own operating system. Tell us about that. And it's not just a thing that you put there just to, score some brownie points or whatever during an interview or to get your CV noticed. It's actually something you were super into and you went super deep and you're super passionate about it. And you are, you come alive in the interview, so to speak, because this is such a cool project that you've been working on and you're so excited about it. And like you just need to tell somebody, right? I think that kind of energy in an interview, for instance, because you did something you love and it's technically complicated and you went all the way and you can really dive into the super complicated things related to that type of project. I think that's going to get you very far. As opposed to just like, I did a few, I made it. There's this, I think it's a meme at this point. Like every single developer or let's say aspiring developer needs to create a to-do app. It's like, I created a to-do app in this language and this language and this language and this language. And you just kind of went through the motions because you're not really interested in the to-do apps, but, it's the thing people do to get familiar with the different languages and, whatever tech stacks or whatever you were using. Like, if that's the only thing you rock up with in an interview, I don't think people are going to be impressed. The other thing to think about is it might be a good thing to do the whole low-level game dev stuff in your spare time as a side project or a hobby. Because a lot of the time, you know, we just have to do a job to get an income. And then we can work on passion projects offline, which could potentially become an income, but it's not necessarily the main focus. Like, take this game that I'm making now. I mean, it's literally 3 a.m. right now on a Sunday. And I'm not making any money doing this. No. It's not you that chats it for long. It's me. I might have gone into that way too much. But I'm glad that it helped. Hope it gave you something to think about. I wouldn't even know where to start, to be honest with you. Low-level game dev stuff. It sounds like you want to basically build your own game engine, which is, as far as I understand, a massive technological feat. It's not simple. I'm just here in, you know, Unity land, using a industry engine to build my game, because there's no way I would be able to build my own game engine and then build a game inside that game engine. That sounds ridiculous. But hey, people do that type of stuff. Yes, like there's so much nonsense here that I can delete. But anyway, so this should at least now, this should at least be able to set all these things to 0 again, which I don't think is that useful, to be honest, but at least it does that. Yeah, if you need a job, like, I see a couple of words in that sentence. Need, right? I mean, and unfortunately, that's the case. Many of us just need to have a job. Like, I have a job that's not even related to programming at all. But it's what I have. And I need to be able to provide for my family, so you have to do what you can do. Yeah, I mean, you might end up in some web development stuff. I mean, web development, you don't have to be the one building the website, right? There's many other roles and functions within one of those within tech companies that build web applications, right? And typically, these are the type of applications that are widely used by millions of people. Like, even if you think about games, yes, it's a big industry. But they are typically used by gamers, right? And there might not be that many of them. But if you go work for a bank and you help them with their database design or building or coding, whatever it is. Right, that's the type of thing now that all of a sudden people need to have. Right, you need to have a working bank website or app. Right, and within the bank there's probably a big ass system that does all kinds of things that I don't even know about. Is it as glamorous and amazing as maybe working for a game studio and really getting creative with it? Maybe not, but at the end of the day, people need that service, and you are trying, and you are yeah, I mean, you're one of the engineers that can make it happen, right? So it might not be as glamorous, or it might not be the dream job, but I think it's worth it. Like, I worked in the energy industry for a long time. Turns out people really need electricity, and so it's not it's not that bad. Like, it's not a glamorous or it's not glamorous or anything like that, but at the end of the day, my contribution meant something, So you can still gain some amount of, what's the word? Meaning? I don't know. But hey, that's why we have off hours or after hours, eh? So we can work on our super complicated, low-end, low-level game projects. What you could maybe consider... you're doing automation engineering. Yeah, I did mechanical engineering. This was a while ago, but that is what I did. Oh, yeah, but automation engineering, you probably have quite a bit more experience. Or quite a bit more... like computer science modules in your degree as well, hey? I didn't have many. I had to teach myself. Where are you from? Are you from a country that has some super leading edge automation type technology going on? You're not. Yeah, I feel you. That was my problem as well. Like, I'm from South Africa, and it's fine, but like, we don't have a lot of these massive OEMs and things like that. They don't exist in South Africa. There are here and there like mechanical design places or whatever that you can get to, but most of the time it's just some more basic stuff like keeping the lights on. You're from North Africa. Hey, Princess Ashley. Yeah, North Africa and South Africa, we have Algeria. Yeah, we have a lot of the same problem, where it's like, it's not a very happening place. I mean, but that could change, right? You can start your own business, become the next big tech startup. I say that's also not very easy to do in African countries. What's going on? Well, we're just chatting about job prospects, and I'm trying to finish up my UI, unfortunately. The UI. Okay, but let's see if this works at least. So, I mean, it should really. If we play the game now, we should see all these, and at least the levels and skill points should be reset. So let's just make sure that does happen. Yeah, so kills and levels all 0. Okay, so we are setting this correctly. Oh, I can't wait for all this UI to be done so the game is actually playable again. It doesn't look great. These portraits do some weird stuff now. I don't know what's happening here. It's fine. Okay, so we are at least accessing the data correctly for each character. Now we just need ways of updating that. Okay, so let's see. Previously, update. Where did we? Okay, so we called this here when we connected the stats. Did we never call this again? I guess we didn't, now that I think about it. Yeah, we didn't, because this stats was always staged. Yeah, I kind of abandoned this UI halfway through previously. Okay. Let's see, what else do we do? Okay, show more character stats. I think this is now not required anymore. No. This is required. Yeah, no, this works, yeah. Okay, we need to get into this randomize upgrades thing. Cheers, Zaka TV. What did I do all day? What do you mean yesterday? I suppose you mean yesterday. What did I do? Can't even. It was pretty chill. It wasn't super busy, I would say. I think it was just basic, typical Saturday stuff. Yeah, I wake up before the birds. All the birds are still asleep. Yeah, it was basic Saturday stuff. You know, just hang out with the family. Nothing spectacular happened, I would say. Well, my son fell into the pool, and I had to go fish him out. That was quite a... Yeah, it was quite an interesting one. What did I dream about? Who knows? Who knows? I don't keep track. Okay, we can take out this temporary random button thing. I think I'm just going to clean up some of this nonsense stuff that I put in here. Yeah, I don't need these test character nonsenses anymore. And I don't need this boolean either, right? This doesn't do anything. No. Go away. Oh, interesting. You reckon? I didn't even say anything. Okay, so we need to figure out how we connect each of these. Okay, so the buttons are now... they are connected over here, right? And I can connect this function to show the character stats. That's okay. But I need to connect each of these buttons as well. So how do we connect them, and what do we connect them to? Well, I guess we can connect each of those buttons to, let's say, where the hell is this? These upgrade buttons, right? No, these functions don't do much. But I could connect them to this upgrade button 1, 2, and 3. And I could make this thing take in an argument like a character. And okay, let's see. So then it applies an upgrade. So when we press this, we go here, we apply an upgrade. So let's see what happens. So we get random stats to upgrade key. Okay. We take the key, we get the stat name. Then we get the upgrade amount. Okay, so random stats to upgrade. We can access that with the key. But random stats, this is a tuple. And then we go character data dot upgrade character data dictionary. Okay, so this thing, where's this character data? This is a character data that comes from the top here. And that kind of behavior I actually don't want. All right. Yeah. Yeah, comes from there, and this is going to make it a bit of a problem for me. Okay, this is going to get a bit complicated. Let's think about this. Okay, so randomized upgrades gets ran. When does this? Who runs this? Apply upgrades. Okay, so randomized upgrades will get ran. I think it was run at start as well in the past. Jeez, like it. Yeah, it was, but I removed it. I am focused. I need to be focused. This is the complicated piece of code that I'm working with here. Okay, so let's see. We randomize the upgrade, so we might want to start here. So first of all, we would update the skill points, right? When we do a randomizing of the upgrades, okay? That's okay. So we can do this like that. And so we can get the skill points for a specific character and upgrade that. That kind of means that we want to know which character we are working with. Yeah, so we might have to get a character data. Like that. Okay. So then we can check inside of the character data that we randomized this for the skill points. If it's less than 0, okay, then we do some other nonsense. This I have to remove this for now. Okay, we'll have to get back to this check later. But for now, we can just leave this here as a reminder. Okay, so now what do we do here? We get a list of stat numbers. When we make a list, an integer list of stat numbers, random stats to upgrade, we create a new dictionary with a integer as a key and a tuple, stat and float. Then we go through the stat list SO, I guess. We go through all the stats and we add them to our stat numbers. Okay, so this is literally just making a list of numbers. 1 through 10 or whatever. Okay. Okay, I remember now why I did this. But anyway, what we do then, upgrade button text list.count. Okay, we need to figure out what that is. So I think, yeah. So this would be the amount of upgrade buttons, if I'm not mistaken. No, I don't want to work like that, I don't think. Okay, but this is us going through each of the buttons, right? So let's think about this. How many buttons would we have? Basically 3. Okay. And I have upgrade button 1, 2, and 3. Okay, so let's just go 3 times. Okay, stat num index. Okay, so we get a random number. One of the stat numbers. Okay. Okay, then we go to that index and we remove it. Oh, I guess this is just so that we do not want, we don't want to potentially have 3 of the same stats selected. Yeah, I remember now. Okay, then we go to the stat and we say, we get the stat with the stat number. Okay. Now our upgrade number. Okay, so this we get from that function. This just calculates a chance. Okay, that's fine. So we can keep that. Okay, then we calculate the value. Calculate upgrade value, stat, upgrade values. Okay, let's see if this function will still work. So it gets a stat upgrade value character number. Oh, this is a recursive function. Okay, so if the character number is greater than 3, we just return the upgrade value. So we go int new character number plus 1. We get. So we just go through each of the characters. We calculate the upgrade value. Okay, so this is also still going to work. That's amazing. Okay, so random stats to upgrade then that dictionary at I. So we create the tuple, and now this is where we have to change things a little bit. Upgrade button text list. Okay. I see what I did. So we need to calculate this for... Don't change too much. What must I not change? The code. Yeah, if I don't have to change it, that's better. I mean, I wrote this previously, so I don't want to cannibalize my own stuff here. Okay, so I kind of want to keep this the same. So I want to get... okay, so I might have to change the way the upgrade buttons work. let's see if we can change that without breaking too much. Yeah, so in the character stats, I have these upgrade buttons, but what if we just had a list of buttons instead? So we could do public list of type with a type button, and we can just call this the upgrade button list. Right? Okay. We'll come and delete this if we need to. We won't need it anymore, so we might. So let's go there. Okay, so then when we start and we get all this stuff. Okay. So we could just go through the upgrade button list. So we can do character stats dot upgrade button list equals new button list, and then we can do for I equals 0. Oh, come on. I less than or less than 3, yeah. I plus plus. How do I wake up looking so handsome? What do you mean? I'm a man. That's what I do. I don't need to go through 7,000 different little what do you call those? Beauty routines or whatever. What did I just press? We just wake up. We take and this is most men, right? You wake up, you get some cold water going on your face, and Bob's your uncle. Okay, so we want to go through this upgrade button list. So character stats dot upgrade button list item I. Okay, so we want to do each of these buttons. Okay, so how do I get this now? So I want to do it like that. Let's see if I can figure this out. So here, instead of just saying upgrade button, we can do... well, we can do string. Hey. String upgrade button. Let's just call it the upgrade button name equals string dot format. Upgrade button. Just like that, right? And then we just put the upgrade button name in here. And now we populate this list with each of the upgrade buttons. Quick and easy. Right. Okay, so now that we have a list of upgrade buttons, we can keep this around for now. I don't know if we should. It's probably pointless. But since we have a list now, we can go in here and we can do, let's see. So we get a character data, so we can do character stat dictionary, right? And we can go into this thing with our character data. character data dot character name, and we can do upgrade button list item I. Right, we're going through each of the buttons. So we get the right button and we update the text to just be this. Yeah, so we don't need this anymore. Okay, then we just need to... how do we change the text color? Let's try something here. Let's do a button upgrade button equals this thing. So just have a variable, declare it quickly just to make this... come on. A little bit easier. Okay, so now we got a reference to the upgrade button. So now we can go in here and just do... I would guess we can do upgrade button dot text dot color. Oh, you know what this is? This is going to be a style. So we have to go upgrade button dot style dot text. Not text overflow, text color. Okay, it doesn't like that. What if we do text dot style okay. Let's go back to Unity quick and see if we can't figure this out. So we got one of these buttons, right? Okay, let's edit this in or open in context. So we can drill down to this button, for instance, right? Okay. So this button over here, we have a reference to it. What we want to do is we want to access the text color. Yeah. I can access this text. This is an attribute. How do I access this text though? Google, help me out. To programmatically change button text color. Button text color UI toolkit. Okay, what are you doing here? UI elements button. No, that's not what I want. Oh, maybe we do. So what if we do I don't know if this is what I want to do. I also don't know where this is going to go now. I want to work in this, but I don't think I am. Okay, wait, cancel. Yeah. No, I'm not where I think I am. Okay, let's see if I open it over here. Okay, so there's nothing attached to this button right now. Okay. Yeah, this looks terrible. Okay, but effectively what I want... So I wonder if I can override it to change the color instead. Let's just try a few more things here. So we get the upgrade button, right? It is a button. Now I can get the text. Can get the style. Okay, dot style dot. What do we have for text? Color is effectively the color of the button itself. Yeah, and the text, it's the attribute text that we can change. We can't change the style or anything like that. Yeah, so this is style dot. So what I'm thinking is a pseudo class for the buttons. Okay, so apparently Button.unity button gives you. So what if I do but dot unity? Yeah, I didn't think so. What does custom style do? That's a. It only gets the custom style. Ah. That also gets the style, and then we can change. A bunch of stuff inside, but not any text related stuff. Or maybe the font? Yeah, maybe it's font, not... this is so annoying. No, it's not this. This is unfortunate. How do I change? So it's easy enough to change the text, but it's not that straightforward to change the color. Well, I can't access the color for this button. Yeah. Okay, so the button has its own attributes. Can I get the visual element parent of the button? Is that a thing? I don't actually know. I don't know how these things work. So annoying. So if we go upgrade button dot parent, what does that actually do? Okay, what if I do visual? Is that really a thing? So if I now go visual element dot text font color style okay dot text color, you can't font sorry, I'm just really trying to figure this out, so I'm a bit I might get a bit quiet. Okay, so there are I can hack this together. I just really thought I didn't have to. Well, I really didn't want to. So what I can do, right, is I can come here and for each of these upgrade buttons, I could just make this a visual element and have 3 buttons inside each for the level of the... And then I just show the correct one, right? So I can have 3 colors. I can set up the 3 buttons that are 3 different colors that I set up prior. And then all you do is you just change the that's so dumb though. But anyway, then what you can do is you can just change the color of the text manually now inside of the UI builder and just show the correct color. right? Okay, so that's one way of doing it. The other way potentially is changing the CSS or the USS. So I could suppose I could create a new USS for the this would be for the just the character stats style. Right, I could create one of those. Okay, and then I can just add a selector dot upgrade button. Okay, it seems like it already understands where this needs to go. So each of these buttons already have the upgrade button selector. That's great stuff. Now, if we do okay, wait. If we duplicate this, okay, but we give it a rare. So I don't know what this does. Unknown pseudo class. Okay. So pseudo classes, that's something we need to define. Yeah, because it just immediately starts pooping out errors or warnings when you don't have a typical pseudo class. We don't need multiple of these. I wonder if we can apply wait, a selector. Yeah, let's see if we can apply a selector to a button. To button in UI toolkit with C#, right? Go to the Unity docs. That's a good place to go. What does this add to class list do? Yeah, so I basically want to add and remove USS class. Now set the style values. Add to class list. What does add to class list do? Oh, come on, where is it? Use add class list in the constructor to add the relevant USS classes to your element instance. Okay, so I can create the USS class and then add it, I guess, but how do I remove it again? Like, how do I override it? Right, so I can create the USS class prior, right, and then I can add it to the button. What if I want to remove it from the button again? It seems way too complicated. Element style sheets dot add style sheet. Okay, let's see if that's even a thing. Okay, so let's suppose. Don't have to worry about that. So let's suppose we're here. Could we do upgrade button? So that's my element dot style sheets dot add and remove. Oh. Okay, that's perfect. Actually, that could work out. So we can add different style sheets. Do I want to add a different style sheet? Okay, let's try that. Yeah, so we have character stats. Okay, wait, so let's delete this. Okay, let's create a new USS. Let's put it in button USS, for instance, and we can do rare or say common button, right? Create new USS. Uncommon button. I don't think this is necessary what I'm doing. So we have common, uncommon, and rare. Right, but I think I could do... Let's just see. Dot style sheets dot... Okay, let's see. Clear all style sheets from the owner element. What does resolved style do? So what does style do? So style dot okay, I'm gonna try this. I don't know if this is the right way. So let's set it up, and then we can do the code. So we can add dot button dot button, and then in this one you can also have a button, right? So each of them have a button. Okay, and the main thing. Okay, let's delete the other two quickly, and let's just work on this one. Let's put it in there. Okay, let's just make this look good, just to start off with. So first of all, bold text, quite a bit bigger. Like 20, guess it's fine. Okay, the color would be white to start off with the common button. And the... Okay, let's see the position, styles. Okay, so the text we change separately, right? So that's the text color. We should also be able to change the background color. Some grayish. Okay, let's just do that. Right, something like that. Okay, and then border, just something like 20. Do we actually? It's got an outline. I can see that. How do we get rid of the outline? Wait, where does the outline come from? Text, background, border. Is that just the button's own thing? Oh, yeah. Okay, so now all the buttons exist. So now if I duplicate this, we put the one in rare, we put the other one in there. So then the uncommon button would be having a text color. It's like quite a neonish green. And then the rare button would have a text color that's like a quite a bluish. Okay, so let's see. This thing has what is this color? Is that the color of the font? If that is, that's kind of dumb. Then I've been stupid. Okay, let's check. Okay, so now if I have the common there, uncommon there, rare there, button rare. So that's a selector. think I might have been doing this the dumb way. It seems I can change the style. Okay. That is unfortunate. Why is that part of that now? Okay, just save that. That is this color. So technically, if I then, okay, so if that is the case and I go do upgrade dot style dot color, that is going to change the actual color. The text color, I mean. That is kind of annoying. Oh, jeez. Okay, let's try that first, right? Because if that works, okay, why is this thing? Can I implicitly go from? Okay. Unity Engine color 32 to Unity Engine UI Elements style color. Yeah, okay. Thought so. I hope these RGBA components are yeah, this is just going to construct. Okay, it might not be. Yeah, it might be floats. Yeah, it might be a float color, which could mean that I need to change these to not that, but that over. Yeah, so we might have to do something like that for each of them, I believe. Yeah, okay, fine. Let's just try that for the green, which is the uncommon. Let's see what happens. Okay. So we go through each of these. Yes, like that was such a long flippin' side tangent thing. I have no idea what the hell I was doing. Okay, so let's see. So we got our random stats to upgrade. That's fine. We got our upgrade button from our character stats dictionary with the list. Great. Then we change the text. And we change the color. Not there. We change the color here. Okay, great. So that happens every time we randomize upgrades, right? And we should randomize the upgrades when we first create character stats UI. Yeah, so we should do randomize upgrades, I would say. Right there. Right when we create the character stats. So then it will go through. It won't worry about the skill points for now. It'll just go through and do this randomization. Now, when we... So this should at least make the button appear different and have a different color. It doesn't make the button clickable at all. Right. So clicking the actual button, that's a whole different story. It's got something to do with the upgrade button functions over here, and then the apply upgrade. Yeah, and this key won't work. It's not going to be enough. Yeah, but this goes through each of the buttons for each of the characters. Okay, let's just see if at least that works. And let's see if the colors work. I have a suspicion they might not. Pretty sure there's a couple of problems in this code, but let's see. Okay, so none of the text was updated. And we have a portrait over there now. Okay, seems like we got some... Oh, the upgrade button name can't be I. Yeah, it needs to start at 1, go to 3, so we can do this at 4. Yeah, okay, that's my bad. Yeah, there's no 0th button. The button starts 1, 2, 3. Yep, that's my bad. Let's try it again. Compile yourself. And play. And let's see. Oh, jeez. I see what I did here. I used I again. I can't use I within a... Damn. Yeah, I need to use J here. Because this loop is inside of a loop that already uses I, so when I went through it, it completely broke everything. So we'll use J for that loop. Whoopsie daisies. Wow, that's embarrassing. Okay. Wait, did it compile? Don't know if it did. Stop. Just stop. Save. It should work. Each character has 3 buttons, so it should come through here. You make this less than equal to 3. So it's going to be 1, 2, and 3. And it will go upgrade button 1, 2, and 3. And just give it that parameter. And then we go upgrade button list. Okay, this is another problem. So J -1 for the list. So we go list 0, 1, 2. Okay, and then upgrade button list later when we try and retrieve it. It goes 0, 1, 2, yeah. And currently we went to 1 and there was to 0, there was actually nothing. Arguably out of range exception index was out of range, much mean non-negative and less than the side of the collection. Parameter name index, generic list. Okay, I don't understand why. So we create a new list. And we index to that, j minus 1. I have no idea why it's not working. We should get each of the upgrade buttons like we do over here. Did I just disconnect from chat? Huh. That's interesting. I'm losing connection. Okay. So we get... this is obviously not amazing. But we can do this in another way. So you can get rid of all this stuff. And then we can just do... We can just hard code this. It's obviously not the way I would like to do it. But since it's just 3 things, I already did it there, essentially. Right? So we could just do this. And just put the element numbers like that. It's not great, but you know, it is what it is. What are these overrides that we can put here? Int capacity. Yeah, so we could even try and make it 3. Tell it to create a list with 3 elements. 0, 1, 2. There we go. So I'm not a fan of this. I would much rather have made... have done it with some looping. But it wants to fight me today. So let's just do it like that. See what that does for us. Let's just clear the console because it's a mess. And let's try this again, shall we? How is I still getting the same? What? I don't understand how I'm not able to use this list. This doesn't make any sense. What the hell is this thing doing? Okay, so we have a upgrade button list. And then over here we create a new list. Right? With buttons. We don't actually need that. But I can't insert, I can't add what do I have to do? Maybe I'm just dumb. Maybe I have to do add. That is not impossible. Wait, so that means over here my problem wasn't. Okay, so this is okay. I can get each of the buttons. And then instead of just doing that, I do add. Like that. So if we just add the buttons to the list. I could have sworn I've done it like that before, but maybe I'm thinking about it. I might be thinking of a dictionary. No, I do add it like that. I do be adding it like that. Okay. Oh my word. Such a dumb bug. Yeah, well, it's just me forgetting how the code works, right? Okay, just clear. Play again. Can get past that bit of nonsense. Okay, now we have another problem here. Okay, character level up UI 174. So I tried to do create character stats and then randomize upgrades. There's a problem online. Over here. Oh, I see. Okay, we need to give this thing a character SO so it can get the necessary stats. Now, that's a bit annoying, I'm not gonna lie. Okay, what about we just do a serialize field private list of a stat. No. Let's say stat SO list SO. Because that's what it needs, right? It needs this stat SO list SO thing. That's what it needs here. So in my randomized upgrades, we can just give it that, right? It's a bit of a weird one. Okay, but I think that is what is required. So let's just go back here. Let's stop it. Let's clear it. Let's go to our this guy. So we need the scriptable object like that. Let's try it again. We're gonna clean this up quite a bit in a minute or 5. Okay. Great stuff. Look at that. It's working. Okay, I was just being a dumbass. It seems like. I didn't need half of this nonsense I was doing. Ah, fantastic. Okay, so there's no way of resetting it, so we just have to restart it and see if the colors change. Okay, now I'm not getting a lot of... Just give me one rare one. I just want to see a rare button. Okay, we got a bunch more uncommon ones. One rare. Come on, one blue. Give me one blue. I want to see how that works. Oh, come on. What? Oh, why is it so hard to get a blue one now? Either it doesn't work or it's just unlucky. Wow. So many uncommons. But no rare. I mean, with the amount of things. What? How do we roll this badly? Like, I know it's a very... The odds are low. Okay, I'm just gonna say it works. Armor +6. I mean, that doesn't seem like a small amount of armor. That's a massive amount of armor. Hey, this guy. I'm doing well, thanks. How about you? Are you doing well? Oh, man, I know why this is happening. Yes, I'm so stupid sometimes. I only did the one color. Yeah. The other ones... I thought this was going to happen. Yeah, this one needs floats for some reason again. So I need to... And I don't want to change my color values to float. So I'm just going to divide all of these... by... Okay, that's the problem. Yeah, because 70, if it thinks it's getting floats, it's just maxing everything out to 1. Okay, this is kind of annoying. just making everything float in case it doesn't want to. Now it should work. Let's just see if. Yeah, I don't want to recalculate this. Okay, cool. So now, if we run it even once, we should get more things. Are you not? You are tired and old. I guess well, it's a long weekend, right? So you must make some use of that. There we go. Look at that. Got blue ones, got green ones, got actually too many green ones. I don't know why I'm getting so many green ones. Like that shouldn't happen unless I was just super lucky. Okay, this is more realistic. Yeah, but look at that. So we're getting our different damage upgrade levels. Fantastic. Now these buttons look a bit terrible. They don't look like this, that's for sure. I'm actually going to remove this USS. Remove. And then I'm going to go back to the character level up UI one. Okay, so this is the upgrade buttons, right? Why are they so small? I'm not sure what's causing them to... It might have been that additional USS that I put on there. Yeah, so this looks better. That one just... Now they don't have text, all of them. What the hell is happening here? Okay, let's just play the game once more. And just see. That's quite big, right? Oh, that actually looks terrible. Wow. Oh. Such big numbers. Okay. Let's make the text size a little bit better. $22. Oh, it changes the size of the button with the text size. No, I don't like that. I don't like that at all. This I don't like it. Okay, let's see if we can't make them grow or something. Okay, yeah, we make them grow and then we just give them some padding. Well, a margin actually. There we go, that looks much better. Yeah. A little bit smaller, a little bit more spaced out. Fantastic! We've updated the UI. After going on a massive hour-and-a-half tangent with trying to change the colors. Whoa. What a day. Okay, and these buttons are working still. These buttons don't do anything, right? Yeah. So we need to connect these buttons now. That's going to be interesting. Okay, but at least, I mean, we're getting there slowly. So we are randomizing the upgrades, which is good. Now, we should do quite a few more things. So now we need to apply the upgrade. So each of these buttons, let's sit a little bit forward like that. So each of these upgrades need to have the button connected somehow. Okay. I'm going to get rid of this because I think this is now dumb. Don't need that happening. Because we have the list of buttons. Right. Yeah, we can loop through the buttons. I don't need... You know what? Let's not delete it yet. I mean, if I've when I build the functionality and it works completely, and I then want to delete it, I can. Okay, so let's think about this. Okay, so previously I had these three functions that apply and upgrade, right? And apply and upgrade now needs some additional things, right? The first thing it might need is still the random stats to upgrade key. No, it would not need that. Ooh, this is interesting, actually. It would need a character. Let's just give it a character data. So the reason it'll need a character data is because we obviously need to have all the characters managed from this one script. So we need to know when we apply a character, an upgrade, which one did we apply, right? And then there's random stats to upgrade. This was normally, since each of these, there were 3 instances of this. So, there was an instance of this specific dictionary or tuple or whatever it is. This is a dictionary per character. Now there might not be anymore. So random stats to upgrade. Where do I make this? Okay, here, this is where I create the dictionary the first time. It's when I randomize the upgrades. But this is defined somewhere else. So what I think I need to do now, yeah. I need to set this inside of my character stats class, I would say. Yeah. So I need to put this in here. And okay, yeah, and the idea would be that, okay, and it needs to be public. Yeah. So this dictionary is now going to be associated with each character stats. And there's a character stats per character, so like this technically wasn't supposed to work this way. We could either make... Ooh, yeah, this is going to get interesting. We can either make a new dictionary, like this, with this dictionary in it. Yeah, because if I think about it, these are all UI elements. So to add this stat dictionary to the UI elements kind of feels bad, right? But I can add the stat dictionary to a new dictionary with a player the name as a selector. I'm not sure that I like what I'm doing right now, but I'm gonna keep at it. So we get a selected character again. Obviously, I misspelled this in some amazing way. And well, technically, I would like a dictionary to be inside of this. Damn! This is getting intense. Okay, so on starting, we need to also now initialize that dictionary. So character a random stats to upgrade is equal to a new dictionary. With all that nonsense. And then for each dictionary, and then for we take the character name and we say a new dictionary with an int tuple. So now we've created each of those dictionaries, which is good. So we've created a dictionary within a dictionary. Okay, for all of them. Okay, now when we come here to randomize upgrades, where we do the random stats to upgrade thing, okay, we create a new random stats to upgrade every time. Maybe. Okay, so we do character random stats to upgrade, and we give it the character data.character name, and we create a new one every time? Maybe we do. Right, it's not impossible. Then we don't need to do it here. Why would we create a new one? Do we want an empty dictionary every time? We might want it an empty dictionary every time, actually. So we might not need it over there per character, but once we get here, when we randomize it, we're gonna create. Yeah, we're gonna do the randomizing a couple of times. So each time we just want a blank dictionary to start with, because it remembers. Yeah. Okay. So now essentially what we want is to substitute this everywhere we have the random stats to upgrade. Right? So here we want to do that instead. Right? And then here we want to do the same thing, and here we want to do the same thing. Yeah, so we get the key, which is fine. But in addition to the key, we need the character data, so we know which upgrade to apply. Okay. Okay, and when we apply the upgrade, so we need to now connect each of the upgrade buttons to apply upgrade. We don't need this necessarily. This might just be a bunch of nonsense now. So let's see how we can connect each button to apply upgrade. So we need a key, just one. That's just the number of the button, right? Button 1, 2, or 3. Right? That's all that is. So it's 0, 1, or 2. Yeah. So 0, 1, or 2, that's the number of the button pressed. Yeah. So that's what the key is. And then the character data is just which character it is for. So we can connect this, I think. So let's think about this. When we create the character stats UI. We have the character. This is when we upgrade all the text stuff. We can connect the buttons there. Or we could even connect the buttons here. Yeah, what if we did this? What if we just got the button? Right, similar to what we do here. We got the button and we said plus equals. Right, because this is just a button. Okay, what do we need? What do we need to do here? What do we need to do here? We want to connect it to apply upgrade. Right? Why is this thing? This is going to give us a button, right? Oh, I need to do dot clicked. So when we click the button, we apply the upgrade. And so the button would have a number, J. So we give it an integer, which is just going to be J minus 1. And a character data, is that what it wanted? I think it might have wanted the character data. So for each of the buttons, we now connect it. So each of those buttons will be connected with, and they will always send the same key and the same character data for all the time, because they connected once with these parameters, right? And then every time I click one of those buttons, it'll try to apply an upgrade with a specific key, because it's the button number, and the character data that it could connect it to. This is never changing. And then it goes through this, and it actually gets, with the character data, the stat name, the upgrade amount, then it takes that character data, it adds to the dictionary the amount with the upgrade, does the health stuff, decreases the skill points in the character data, update more character stats UI values. That does what? Where the hell is that function? Okay, this is not going to work. Okay, so we just need to get rid of that. But at least... Okay, so we should obviously update some stuff. What we can do for now, let's... Okay, so the skill points, but none of the UI will be updated, right? So that doesn't help us. But let's do a debug.log. And let's just do stat name and upgrade amount. Something like that, right? We just debug. So every time we apply a stat, it'll do this. Now it won't then go and randomize the upgrades or do anything like that. It'll just kind of print a bunch of stuff on the console. Okay, let's go and see if this works. Okay, I have a new error, which is probably an issue. Nah, man, go away. Null reference exception error. Right here. Why? Okay, I did the wrong thing here. Okay, let's just stop you. I should have. I'd still need character random stats to upgrade equals new dictionary. I still need to make this dictionary work. Yeah, I need to create that one. I don't need to create this one over here. This is the one I'm actually trying to create. Yeah. Yeah, I deleted the wrong one there. I still need the character random stats upgrade dictionary, but I don't need the dictionaries inside of that. For now. I'll create them later. Okay. Okay, did it compile? It's happy. I suppose. Let's play. Yeah. Okay, so if I do crit damage plus 30, it gives me a reference exception error. Okay, so right here, okay, character random stats to upgrade. Oh. No. Wait, there's a problem here. Oh, no. We go to... Okay, we enter the int. Okay, so character random stats to upgrade, name and the key, get the item. So we get to the tuple, so we should get the item. So it didn't populate this. Or the key is incorrect. Let's go read the error exactly. Let's click something else. Okay. Okay, so it's trying to get the stat name, but it says it's a null. Okay, wait, I can kind of see where this is going wrong. Character random stats to upgrade. Character name. Okay. So we create a new dictionary inside of our character random stats. The int and tuple. Then we assign a value, and then over here we should just be able to get the values. So somehow, when it accesses this character stats to upgrade with the character name and the key, it says it's a blank. The character name should be different, so each of them, unless, yeah, okay, so if I apply the upgrade, it doesn't check or anything like that for a skill point, so that doesn't matter. So this dictionary is kind of now a little bit of a black box, right? I would like to see what's inside of it, but I don't think I can. So we create a new dictionary over here. Okay, so this random stats to upgrade is now pointless, right? This doesn't mean anything. But this is essentially the dictionary we created with now a character name associated with it. So the character random stats to upgrade dictionary was created over here. So we create that dictionary, and then we create the dictionary inside of that one down there. And the create character stats UI does the randomize upgrades with the character data. So randomize upgrades happens here. Could I? Okay, so let's see. So we go through, this is just going through each of the buttons or character stats. Yeah, it's going through each of the buttons and it's assigning a upgrade value and a stat to each of the buttons and assigning it to the character random stats to upgrade dictionary at the same time. Okay. So now each of the buttons will have some text and they are connected to this dictionary by way of this index. There might be a better way of doing this, but that's at least how we do it now. Okay, then. Okay, let's just do something funny. Let's do a debug. Just want to see if this is maybe the issue. Random stats to upgrade key. I just want to print the key. I just want to see if the key maybe is my problem. But then it would have given me a different error, I believe. Because when I attach the buttons, I do attach J minus 1, because J starts at 1. And I wanted 0, 1, 2. Okay, well, let's just see that working at least. So let's try it again. Okay. 3. Oh my, okay, that's just wrong, isn't it? Okay, so we get a 3 every time. Okay, so my button connections are broken. Yeah, because 3, there's nothing there. Right. Okay, I can totally see why this is a problem. That is very curious. Why would it have a 3 every single time? Because I have different buttons here, right? Different buttons with different... Why would it get a 3? That's so interesting. So let's just hard code something dumb here. It's 0. Right, because I believe that should work, right? If it just always gives a 0, then it should be fine. Okay, so if I do 0. Okay, so at least that shouldn't be a problem now. But now there's another problem still. And that might be the character data. Because the key is correct, right? Okay, so... Okay, let's go back here. Let's just stop it. Let's see what it gets for character data. Am I even... I do give the character data. Where do I get the character data, though? Where is this thing getting access to the character data? It doesn't... No, this is not even a thing. Why does it not give me a... Oh, geez. It got this character data at the top here. Oh, my greatness. Okay. No, we need the character.getComponent character data. Holy shit. Okay. That is interesting. Yeah, like I do this one. Ooh, okay. That was a problem. Okay, so I'm connecting these way wrong. Okay, so now it should work. I'm just curious why this doesn't work. It might have not worked because it kept breaking during the assignment. So we could try and just go back to J-1 here. Right, because that would be a integer. And it shouldn't override them because this character, but it should be referencing a different button every time. Correct? Yes. I believe correct. Okay, let's try that again. Why is it taking me to my desktop every time? Okay, clear. Try again. Okay, this looks good. Let's click on attack speed. Whop. Given key 3 was not present in a dictionary. That's the type of error I can get behind. It's an error I understand, so I know, and I can see it gets a 3, so that is quite curious. It's quite curious that it gets a 3. I wonder why. Yeah, so this doesn't seem to work. This specifically, it just gives me a 3 every time. Okay, so let's actually make use of this nonsense here at the bottom. So instead of doing this here, we do a dot clicked. No, clickter. Okay, and we do a one of these. Okay, one of those. Apply, upgrade. This would be 0. And just the character data, right? So if we put them in like this, 0, 1, and 2. So that's 3 different buttons, right? 0, 1, 2, 3 different sets of character data. So we get rid of this because that loop doesn't seem to work. So we do it the good old-fashioned hard-coded way. Technically, we can get it from the list. Theoretically. Okay, but that's okay. So let's save that, and let's see if that behaves the way I want it to. So now there's no way to assign a 3 to any of these buttons. 0, great. 1, and it got lifesteal. Lifesteal 2, yes. 2, armor 6. That's perfect. Max health 10, damage 1, passive. Very good. Okay, so this one doesn't work. Why? So that would be 0 and my first get selected character data. Why on earth is it giving me a problem there for the first button? That is phenomenal. Okay, let's investigate. Wow, that's a long ass error. How the hell is it getting there? Okay, let's put the console. Let's just put the console there for a minute. Let's see what the hell's happening here. Okay, I don't know what any of this means, but so the character level I. Okay, so we go. $77. Okay, so we do the random stats to upgrade key thing. Okay, that's great. Then we go character data set current health. Okay. On character data changed. Oh. I think I understand. So what's happening here is it seems to believe that the chicken is the currently selected character. Yeah, because it tries then to... Yeah, because when you do... Okay, so... It is very possible that if I just redo this and I don't get the max health, it won't actually be a problem. So that's a bit of an edge case. Yeah, so now I don't have max health and this is just going to work. Yep. Yeah, so max health specifically does that, where it will actually change your character current health. And none of the other ones change a current stat. Or it doesn't update a trackable stat, right? And since the current health is a trackable stat, what it tried to do... well, it got this on character data changed. Right, which comes from here, which is this event in my character data, which we fired because when you go to current health, the current health was updated, and when you update the current health, it needs to invoke this. Yeah. Okay. I get it, but I didn't have a selected character. And then that breaks. Yeah, so the way the UI is going to work going forward, this would not be a problem. This is a bug that shouldn't exist. Because... Okay, so currently the thing is, you get to the level... You start on the level up screen, right? And that's not normal. That's not where you will start the game. You will start the game at the level prep screen. Right, which means you would have selected a character, which means any health upgrade would have worked anyway. Yeah. Okay, but each of the buttons are connected correctly. So that's amazing. That's what we were here for. So since all the buttons connect correctly now, even though I have to do it like this, for some reason, that's fine. They connected. They work the way I would like them to work. And this should also mean that they do actually upgrade the associated character data. Right? Because this thing does assign, and it even reduces the skill points. Now, the most important thing now is we need to, for instance, randomize the upgrades again. Okay? And we just need to complete this loop. So we just send through the character data, for instance, to randomize the upgrades again. Okay? Because after you click, you want to change the text and all that good stuff. Okay? And then the more character stats UI values need to be updated. Now let's just see. Update. more character stats UI values. Okay, so this is not going to work, right? Not even a little bit. Yeah. So let's, for a start, let's take this function and move it over here. Just as a start. Okay. And I actually want to show the more character stats UI when I click a button here. So I'm going to change this to just show more character stats UI with the character data. Right, and the reason I want to do that is... Okay, I can get rid of that as well. Is I want to, when you click... Yeah, let me start cleaning this up actually. So when you click on a upgrade, normally what would happen is you'd still have to click on the show more character stats button to see the character stats. But I want to, as soon as you click an upgrade for a character, it should actually just show you that character stats immediately. Right? And then the show more character stats, so what that does is it'll show, so it'll go through the list of all the players, hide everything, and then just display the one that you have. And now what we can also do is we can now have an update more character stats UI. And I might do this a little bit differently. I might update and then show, or show then update. But we can have the show update the text as well. Now, importantly, this needs to update my stat value. Right? So we're going to have to do something like this. Okay, we can think about that in a minute. Let me go to the restroom and give me some more coffee, and then we can get on with it, right, so to speak. Okay, so I'll just I'll be right back. I almost clicked stop stream. I wanted to click this one. Okay, 2 minutes. Hello. I'm back. Let's keep going. How did I manage to forget what I was doing? Okay, yeah, I wanted to update the more stats, right? Okay, so when we create the more stats, obviously we have the stat labels, which we don't have to change, but we have this value text, right? And this we do have to change. So effectively we'll do, let's see, let's copy this. Right, we can copy, update more character stats. So let's just delete most of this. Well, you know what? Let's just copy it below. So we want to list, we want to do something like this. We want to still go through every single stat in our stat list and update them, right? Now we don't need new labels for the stats, so we can get rid of that variable. We do need stat values, so we can also get rid of this one. Now, the stat value text, once it's been updated, you want to get it from the character stat manager, get stat total to calculate all this stuff, right? And then we want to go to the dictionary, get the stat values, add the stat value. So we want to add the labels. Now, very importantly, do we want to add the stat label or do we just want to update the stat labels? So one of the problems here now is these stat values, okay, they are a label, right? Now, what would be better is if we can go get the label and just edit the text instead of creating a new label with a new text, right? So what if we first gave the labels names when we created them? So the stat value, what if we went through here and we went stat value dot name equals stat dot name. So stats, that's a stat SO. Maybe not. Stat dot stat name. So that's an enum. So we needed a string. So we kind of need something like toString. So we gave each of the stats a stat name now when we created them. We don't worry about the labels. So each of them will have a name associated with the stat. So if we go through here, what we could do is instead of creating new labels, we can just go fetch the labels. Correct? I believe so. So how do we fetch the label? We need to find, so we need to go to the more character stat. Yeah, we need to get the stat labels. So stat labels, add stat labels. So stat labels would be the parent, then we need to look into its children. Yes. Not stat labels, stat values. So effectively we do something like this. Right. Dot Q. So we look for a label with the name of stat dot stat name dot toString. Since we've given them names, we can now go look for that name, and we can call this our stat value. Right? So this would be a label. So a type label. Well, we could just do var. You know. Well, we don't have to. This is a label. So label. So label stat value, we go get the label with the name that we've assigned it. Now we can update the text. Right, so when we update the more character stats values we would need, I would see, well, we'll need a few things. So we will need a, let's just say the object, no, a game, object, character. Okay, we can delete all of this stuff. And we'll need a character data. Call it character data, which would just be equal to character dot get component of type character data. Then we'll need a character stat manager. I will just call it the character stat manager. Can we get that one? Then we can get the name, we can get the stat. I think those are the two things we need. In here we also got the SO, which we actually don't need anymore, right? We now have a stat list SO, so this can go away, which I'm happy about. And then we got the character inventory. Why? Oh, I guess it's because we wanted to do something with that eventually, but for now, yeah, it's not going to be needed. Okay, so let's not worry about that. So if we got the character data, all right, and we got the character stat, so we need the character name, yes, to access the stats dictionary. Now we've updated that value. So we got a text, so we got the label stat value, then we updated the text inside that when we run update more character. Okay. So maybe we just show and update. So this would be when we... Okay, we only have a character data here. But we can do update more character stat values. And we can give it a character data dot game object, right? So we show and then we update. We can update and show as well. That's also fine. Yeah. I kind of like that. Okay, so that should work out, I believe. If I know anything about UI by now, this should work, right? So it's exactly the same way we initialized it, except we now give it a name as well, so that we can access it later to just update the text. So we don't have to create new labels, we just update the labels, which is much better. Okay, save. Let us have a go. Let's see if this does anything. Compiler errors. Okay, I mean, I will fix the compiler errors. I just don't know where they are. Oh, apparently. Yeah, we don't want to do that anymore. That is now broken. Okay, so update. More character, create more character, and then show and update more character. This should just have one reference over there. Yeah. Okay, let's try that again. Reload the domain. Do all that good stuff. Well, I think it's going okay. Rebuilding the UI is a massive job, it turns out. Look, it's got its own little quirks, I will say that. That I've had to hack my way around. But I think I'm getting it. So if I click this, it gave me an error. Why? Okay, let's see. Oh. My bad. Just try that again. Ah, come on. Am I using style sheets? Yes, I am. Technically, I'm not coding them myself so far, but they are in here. They do exist, as you can see. Now we can preview them if we like, but most of it's pretty straightforward. Like Unity auto generates this, right? Yeah, I'm doing it in the builder, and then in C#, I'm editing some of these values to get the effect I want. Like with the upgrade buttons, I changed the color value. You see, this is amazing to me. Like, the color on the style sheet is clearly an RGB with 255, 255, 255, right? But if you update the color using in C# and you use 255, 255, it doesn't understand it. It wants a float. It's one of those things again. it probably converts it back to 255 or whatever that is a bit. It's kind of dumb. But anyway, it doesn't matter. Okay, let's play again. Let's see if I got rid of that one error. And then... yeah, we should be golden. So there we go. This is working. So let's see if I keep... look at that. I mean, okay. I still need to go and remove the old UI. So let's just hide that. And we could make this a little bit darker or whatever so we can see better. But this is working. It is actually changing. Yeah. I can do things like button.hover. That's quite simple to add later. No. The color is for the rarity. That's why I have the color change. Yeah, button.hover is something I will do when I hover over them. But the color override that I do in C# is to do the rarity. Because you remember when it randomly decides what upgrade to give, it should also randomize the rarity somehow, and then change the color according to rarity. And you can't do so. What you are referring to, I think they call them like I can't make an upgrade button colon rare, right? That doesn't exist. It'll just tell us, this is not a thing. I think they call it, what do they call it? Yeah, there are specific types of what is this called again? There's a word. Yes, you can make different styles, rare, legendary, etc. I did that initially because I couldn't figure out how to change the color. And then before I finished that implementation, I figured out how to change the color. And I undid it. I deleted all of those. They might actually still exist. You see, the thing is, and this is, like, I want to change the text color, right? And I couldn't for the life of me figure out how to change the text color because there's no way in code to get the text color. So if you go here to my coloring buttons, here, like I tried upgrade button .text.color.style.text.color.text color. I tried so many different ways to just change the color of the text. Turns out, it is, if you just use style.color, that is referencing the text color and nothing else. That is the text color. And I figured that out accidentally when I was playing inside the UI builder. So if you look at the style, that's just some of the quirkiness, right? So if I look at one of these buttons, where did I do this again? I think I was inside this thing. Wait, cancel. And just open it in context. So, yeah, so if you click on one of these buttons and you go to the style class list or the style sheets here, and you see here they have all these selectors. And then I open it up and I notice that the selector doesn't have a lot of things that you can change, right? That you can access with the style keyword. And I noticed this color was the same. Like I was clicking through them like this, and I noticed the color change between the rare, the common, and the uncommon. And I was like, oh, wait. It's not text color. So, that's, I guess, how you learn these quirky things. But yeah, so even here, like there's a font size. There's no font color or text color. It's just color. And that's kind of annoying, right? There's a background color and a color. So that's the only two things you can change. You can change the background and you can change the font. And then I think you can do the border colors as well. But like finding this stuff, it kind of makes more sense now. Because if you just look at this element and you're like, okay, what can I change here? Yeah. It makes sense if you look at it like now and I'm like, oh, okay, well, yeah, technically there's only like a few things I could theoretically change. But I thought color was the button color. But that's actually the background color. So, yeah, the CSS, I mean, or the USS. It's just one of those things, right? It's a new thing that I'm learning, and there's other quirks that I have to figure out. And once you get there, you can go fast, but I'm going slow right now. I'm making quite a complicated script here for changing this stuff, but it's okay. At least it's working. So currently, what just happened? The game was still running, and I was like changing the UI. Whoopsie. Yeah, look at that. These stats change, and these stats are connected to the actual player stats. So that means my wizard is actually getting stronger. My chicken is actually getting stronger. So now I only need to do the skill points thing, right? Because they shouldn't go negative. So I should somehow make the buttons disabled when the skill points are nothing. Now that's an interesting one. So previously I just put a big block over this, but I find it difficult to layer a UI like that. Like you have to create, yeah, like this is these portraits are a flippin' pain, but at least they work now. Well, I think they work. That none of this. It's very possible that this stuff is gonna, reappear in my nightmares. I see when I start playing the game again, I might have a different idea. Okay, so let's get the skill points working. I just need some way to limit the skill points, so you can't go into the negatives. So I think. I think a good place to do this might be over here. Right? I could very straightforwardly, when I go here, just say, look, if... So we apply a stat, we do randomize upgrades, right? And we could just quickly figure out while we are coming in here. Yeah, actually, that's what I did previously. If my skill points are less than equal to 0, we do something about it, right? So I think what we do is maybe just switch off the buttons, right? And potentially change the text on the buttons. Something straightforward like that, right? So let's see. So if it's less than 0, we might want to do a similar loop like this one. This is just looping through the buttons, right? And there's 3 buttons always. So we go through that, the buttons at least. Okay, and then we say, okay. So we don't do any of these calculations. We just have to go to each button like that. And I think we change the text in the button to something very straightforward. Something like, yeah, actually we don't need any of this. We just need a string. We just need to say something like need more skill points, or no more skill points, or something like that. no more skill points, right? We just put the text right there. And I wonder if I can just upgrade button dot enable. This is changing. This might be okay. So we just disable all the buttons. Okay. Else. We can do all this stuff, right? So if we don't have skill points, we can just disable the button. If we do have skill points, we can do all these calculations to get the randomized buttons and all that stuff. Right, we should also just go here and maybe enable the button. So set enabled true. That could be it, right? That might be all I need to do. So now the randomized upgrades, this is called at the start, and we have no skill points at the start, so we're just going to get nothing. So what we can do, let's see. I think I can override it so that some of my characters have a skill point or two just in the character data, right? Because it's tracked here. So I could easily go... Yeah, now this thing is getting ridiculous, but I could give like the knight 2 skill points, right? Now if I play, that should already work. Yeah, we'll see, eh? We'll see. We'll see. No, that didn't work at all. Okay. It's not because of one of these. Okay, but if I click... Oh, no, wait, it did work. No more skill points. No more skill points. Okay, and I click here. That's like, cool. Click there. No more skill points. Okay, I could also make the color just reset to white. But I can still show everybody's stats if I want to see that for some reason. Flippin' easiest code I've written all my life. Let's also, when we do this, change the color, I think, just to the white, right? I think so. When the skill points are gone, we just make it the white color. That is fantastic. Wow. I'm so happy when things just work. Okay, so all my upgrades are working. That is a small miracle. Now I can start to clean up a little bit, because there's quite a bit of garbage here, like all this. This is me figuring out flipping UI, so I almost don't want to delete this, because this is where I figured out the column list view. And I did figure it out, and then I just realized that it was unnecessary what I was doing. Okay, so yeah, so these things are not required. Right? Because I got all those inside of here. I think. Or on start I get the root and then I assign everything. This is quite a start function. This is one of the craziest start functions I've ever made in my life. I could make this a separate function, I guess, but you know. That's fine. Yeah, we don't need any of this stuff. Like these text references are pointless now. Buttons are pointless. They don't do anything. Yeah, all this old. That's pointless. Images, backgrounds, Unity, UI. Why do I have multiple of the same things up here? But anyway. Okay, the stat SO list, we still need that. We don't need this. Okay, our main container, I don't think we ever go there. Yeah, I think I just do the root and then I set everything up and then I don't ever use it again. Yeah. Okay, we have our more character stats. Character stats. All our dictionaries. Yeah, this one is also not needed anymore. Okay, let's see. I probably broke just a ton of stuff down here now. Yep. Okay, so game manager on wave ended. I'm gonna stay. This is gonna be needed. So we'll get into that now. Connecting characters, pointless entirely. This is not a thing anymore. Thank goodness. I was so bad. Update stat, not needed. Go away. Show more character stats. I don't call this ever. I think that is now show more character stats UI. Alright, so go away. I banish thee. Okay, okay, randomize upgrades has been reworked. This works, this works. This works. My recursive function that I'm so proud of. Oh, apparently I did need the main container. This is how I get... I see, yes. Yes, I see now. Okay, so we still need private visual element main container. But we didn't really set it to anything. We can do main container equals root.q type q of type let me just fix my chair. Sorry, I don't feel like my back is being broken. Okay, yeah, visual element. The name. This should just be the main container. I believe. I might be wrong. Yeah, so we set that on start. And then we get access to the show and hide functions. If we ever want to show or hide this particular UI. Which we might, right? Okay, so let's... what am I looking for? I just wanted to see if I did call it the main container. Yes. Yes, okay. So that just shows or hides the character level up UI. Okay. Let's save and let's see all this nonsense code disappear? Okay, it's not compiling. Why do I still have so much nonsense here? I guess I have compile errors. This thing doesn't have a compile error though. Somebody does. Who has a problem? Okay, let's clear this. Okay. Oh, the level up manager. Yeah. Guess what, guy? You are no longer required. This is not a thing anymore. This whole script can become a comment. There we go. Maybe not you, curly bracket. In the future, we'll obviously delete these. Definitely, absolutely, right? We won't just leave massive scripts with a bunch of uncommented code in the final build, right? Hey, Dianora. Thanks for the raid, man. I appreciate that. How are you doing? Okay, so we've commented all this nonsense out, so we can close that. Let's see. What was that error all about? Okay, let's just save that. Save all of this. What am I working on today? So, about 3 days ago, maybe 4, I've started working on implementing UI Toolkit into the game. And that's all I've been doing since, right? Turns out it is a bit of a learning curve. It's got its own little quirks and bugs and issues. And I'm slowly but surely getting the hang of it. I managed to rebuild my level up UI to some extent. Let's actually test it now because I just refactored a bunch of stuff. Let's see if it still works. Okay. Let's just... I should hide the old canvas. Let's just hide that because it looks weird. Okay, so if I click on show more stats, I can see the stats. Obviously, this can be more pretty, right? But for now, the fact that it works is all that matters. Okay, no more skill points. That's good. I could hide the buttons as well if I really wanted. But I don't want to. And if I select... Oh, yes, max health doesn't work. That's fine. Yeah, okay, we can't do max health. But there we go. We've updated the stats, and it did update. And now, if I make these buttons at the bottom work, I should be able to actually play the game again. Which is quite a ridiculous notion. You like and hate it at the same time. Yeah. Yeah, the wiring up to the game. Like, that is a bit rough. Like, look at the start function. I feel like this is an excessive start function. This is the wiring. All this thing does, it just needs to find all the things and connect it so that I can use it in the code. Yeah. But I kind of got an interesting way of doing this now. So if you're interested, you might already know this. But I created templates, like each of these are a template. And I named them character stats 1, 2, 3, and 4, right? And now what I did was I set them... I figured out like some of the ideas in Unity still work, right? So each of these templates can now be a parent to all the things inside of it. So then I was able to just make a bunch of loops to get all the elements here at least. And then I also did, so just to show you, like I said, you might already do this. So I go through each of my characters, and then I go more character stats. I do a string format with, I plug in the iteration I'm in. So now I know I have one of the templates, and then I just need to connect everything in that template. And the way I connect everything in the template is with classes. I don't know, that's the only way I could think of. So these classes are just for the template. So each template has a class associated with it, with all the elements that I would like to find. I don't know, it's a bit but it seems good enough. And it's UI, right? It's not like... I'm not too concerned about performance when I'm doing UI stuff. It's not like my game is playing in the UI. Yeah, that's what I... so what you're saying there, I agree with. Well, that is kind of what I did, right? I kind of did that. The character stats is a template, and so there's a class, and I do all the wiring. But I could do I could have done the wiring inside of the class. I could have a function in here to connect everything. I didn't need to reference everything like this. Okay. Whatever. It's working. I'm going to leave it that way. So with my next bit of UI, I might try it a different way. Let's see how that goes. I'm not very familiar with web. I think I made 1 or 2 websites in my day as little projects for, family and friends or whatever. But it was a very similar approach. It was just me sitting here, flipping, hacking things together, calling it a day. So I don't know anything about patterns. I'm just happy this thing works. Honestly, that's the most important part right now. Okay, so all of this works. Oh no, not all of this works. We still need the other buttons. Okay, so we need to go name the buttons and then connect them. So what did I want these buttons to do even? I can't remember. I just put them there. Okay, I need to name them and then think what they are doing. I think the last button is definitely going to be the level prep button. So this is like just level prep. Level prep button. And these should just be like menu, like main menu settings restart, something like that, right? Now I shouldn't make it so that you can accidentally click restart when you want to level prep. So let's do restart on this side. Maybe I don't even put a restart button. But I don't know. Then we could do a settings button. And some UI designer can come and make this all better. For me, I just need a button somewhere. Dragon Crash's demo project. I did. Yeah, I saw the ebook. It's pretty fantastic, right? So I got the project. I went into the ebook. And I got immediately completely overwhelmed because I had no idea what UI Toolkit even is at that point. So I think if I go through it again, I might get a bit more out of it. But like it was... I think if you open that ebook, I think they say at the start of the ebook, this is not meant for beginners. This is a intermediate to advanced level introduction to Dragon Crash, to the UI Toolkit. And I wasn't intermediate or advanced. But, 'cause, 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 Yeah, maybe now it'll make more sense. Yeah, now if I go through it, I've already struggled with it enough to feel a bit more confident that when I see them talk about some concept, I'd be like, oh, if only I knew this before I struggled with it for so long. But that's okay, right? I'm here to learn. It's not like I'm making this game as the first and final game that I'm ever going to make. I'll make this one in a less optimized, bad way, and then the next one I could do even better. I try to not get myself into this mindset of getting it perfect right now. So I give myself a lot of what do you call it? Grace? Eh? You reckon if I make 40 million, I'm just like, oh, okay, well, that worked. I'm just out. I'm going to go do something else. Let's go travel the world. Screw this game development and streaming nonsense. Yeah, that'd be great, eh? Nah, but I mean, I've seen it so many times, indie devs that kind of just, and I think these are guys that have way more experience than I do, that start a project and then they go for years and years and years. And I think it's because of they're fighting perfectionism. I have a feeling. I have a feeling that's the problem. And they might be losing that fight or that battle. And then they keep going back and they refactor and they make it better. And it's fine. That's needed, I guess, to an extent. But at some point, you just need to finish the game. And I really want to try and finish the game. That's my main priority. I gave myself a deadline of end of November. Because that's when my my wife's expecting, we are expecting a baby girl end of November. So things are going to get a bit hectic by that time, right? You can imagine your life just changes all of a sudden again. We just figured out the first one and it's like, here's another one, and now it's different again. Thanks. You're excited. But it also gives us a deadline. Because my wife, obviously, she helps with the game dev. But, yeah. When the baby comes, she's going to be busy. And sleep will be at a premium. So I'm pushing hard to get there. Yeah, like the only things I might want to do at that point is maybe like I don't think we'll have a complete game. We might have an early access game. Because I think there's a lot of stuff to add in terms of content to make it complete. 11 and 5. Wow. That's quite a gap. What made you decide to wait 6 years? Damn. It's like the one was 6 years old and then you started again from scratch. We at least still in diapers, right? So we're just continuing with the diapers. Oh, damn. Yeah, no, I can imagine. Having kids is complicated, right? There's a lot of things. Yeah, we actually... yeah. Long stories, I guess. Alright, let's make these buttons pop. So let's add a... what do we call these ones? Menu buttons. I guess. I don't know. Let's just drag these on there. Boom. Alright, buttons, what do you want to do? Let's see. Let's make you look good. Do we make them white as well? I kind of like the white buttons. I don't know why. Yeah, over a beer. Definitely. Nah, that's the type. It's a deep discussion. And a long one. Yeah, when I make 40 million, the first place I'm coming is... I guess you're in the US, right? Yeah, I'll come to the US immediately. No, not immediately. I've been there before. It was an absolute disaster to get a visa. Yes, like a South African passport does not do you any favors when it comes to world travel. I remember my visa was like denied 2 or 3 times. They think I want to go do crime in the US or something. I don't know what the problem was. Okay, let's make these buttons look good. Okay, so the first thing is they need a radius, right? Why do only some of my buttons look like they have radiuses now? There we go. Cheers, man. Have a good evening. Have a restful night. Okay, let's make the text a little bit bigger. Okay, so the buttons grow with text size. Make it 40. Make it bold. Button, 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 button. Okay, so we can rename. Okay, this is just restart. Yeah, okay. Restart. Settings. Main menu. And level. Should this be like go to or continue? Maybe it's continue. Because level prep. Nah, I mean, I don't know. Next level. Right, something like that. Now, I don't know. I don't really like what these buttons are doing. So let's just make them all the same size. Because they're doing some bad things right now. Where do we go for that? Size. Width. Yeah, okay. So the width is... I make them 10. I don't know, percent. Not quite, right? Yeah, 20% button size looks good. They can more than contain all the text. That looks clean. I like that. I also want to do something. The main container seems to be too transparent, I think. Let's make it even darker. 225. Let's go with that. And now, okay, so right here we want to arrange the items a little bit differently. While I'm gonna check if this looks any good. Align. Okay. So if I do that one, it doesn't do anything. If I do this one, oh, it makes them, okay. No, I don't like that. What does this one do? That's better, yeah. I want them like that. To fill up the sides. Okay, then we just need 15 pixels on either side, I think. Of padding. Yeah. Okay, now the buttons themselves. Let's get rid of that. See if this aligns now. It looks pretty aligned. I like that. Okay, cool. So we got all our buttons. Got all our stuff. So now we just need to connect the buttons. Now that they have names, we can go find them and connect them. Okay, let's get the connections going. Okay, so we can connect them there, or we can connect them later on. You know what? Let's just connect them before we go through this terrible loop. Okay, so we want... do we want a reference to these buttons? I don't think we do. Yeah, no, it's fine. I don't think we do. Yeah, no, it's okay. It's okay. So, we'll do root.q a button. The button has a name. The name of the button, and then we do dot clicked, right, plus equal. We could do that, or we could just do one of these. And then have a little bit of a function. Yeah, so we have 1, 2, 3, 4 buttons that we need to connect like that. So the first one would be the restart button. I hope these names are right. We'll figure it out. This is the settings button. This one would be the main menu button. And this is the level rep button. Whoop. Okay. We can just make sure that we did restart, settings, main menu, level prep. That seems good. Okay, so we got all the buttons. Okay, now we just need to figure out what they do. Okay, so I think in my UI manager, so we got the character level up in here. So let's see, this thing... Okay, so there's a main menu, settings, restart button. So these 4 things, this is a button, these are buttons that come up regularly, so we can just run these functions from there. Okay, so we should have a reference then to our, whatever that was. Common buttons, what was that script? UI manager. Right? Yes. Okay, so let's just get our reference to our UI manager. So we get a serialize field. Private UI manager. We'll just call it the UI manager. Okay, so that means restart settings main menu. We actually don't need any of this. We can just do UI manager dot restart button. Okay, and then the settings button, we can do that one the same way. Main menu button. As easy as that. Now, the level prep button could be a little bit more work. Hey, Mr. Human Limits. How's it going, man? How are you doing? Okay, the level prep button needs a little bit more functionality, right? Yeah. So I think we actually do have to go to the UI manager, to be honest with you. So let's just for now do something like debug.log Go to level prep. Okay, so all the other ones should do something because they are connected here. So the scene loader works, and then settings click. I wonder why my scene loader is so slow these days. Anyway, so go to level prep, should work. I believe everything. We could also do hide UI when we click that button now. So that's another thing we should do. So when we click the go to level prep, we should also do hide UI. Yes, I did ask you how you was. I'm happy to hear that you are doing great. I'm also doing pretty good. I've been doing some weird stuff with my sleep lately. No, I wouldn't say lately. This was like a weekend phenomena. Where around like 2 p.m., I just crash completely. And I go have an afternoon nap to like 6. It depends, right? Sometimes it's 3 p.m., sometimes it's 2. But I sleep for like 4 hours or 3 hours in the afternoon. It varies. It depends on what's happening around me. But I do this on the weekends. I don't think it's a good idea. And then I sleep another 4 hours from 10-ish to 2 a.m. Right? I somehow become biphasic over the weekends. So I slept for 4 hours last night, and I've already streamed for 4 hours. I don't know if that's a good idea. Does anybody know if a biphasic sleep pattern is workable in the long run? What this does for me is it gives me an opportunity to stay up later, which means I can do other things like, play a game with a friend or whatever, because what happens over the weekends it will be, my friends, they don't work. They're like, yo, you want to, I don't know, play some online game? And I'm like, yeah, I need to go to bed at like 6 because I wake up at 2 to stream. But if I do my biphasic thing, it's not a problem. But is it a good idea? I don't know. I don't feel bad right now. Wait till 2 this afternoon, then I want to flip and die. But then I can go to sleep, right? But yeah, the problem is doing this throughout the week doesn't work. Okay, so all our buttons should at least work. They should do something. So let's play and see how it goes. We can also zhuzh this up a little bit. Our character stats. I should really hide the canvas, but no, there's so many errors that pop up if I do that. Okay, so I can show the stats for all the characters. That looks good. Now, if I give myself some armor, it'll actually update the armor number and show me the armor. Now, if I click on movement speed, it updates that as well. Fantastic. How good is this? How good is my UI? It's pretty big, but it's pretty nice. It just works. I wonder if I shouldn't put this in like a proper white block or something. Because it seems like this is just floating in space, right? It doesn't have like the nice borders and stuff. Okay, if I click settings, it says null reference exception error, which makes total sense. If I click next level, go to level prep, and it hides my... Okay. Let's change. Let's just go connect everything, because I forgot to connect the Yeah, the UI manager needs to be connected to this guy. Okay. Yeah, so this should be better. Let's play it again. Oh yeah, no, the UI is definitely not on par. Right, I'm just using basic buttons and colors here to work on the UI. My wife did actually design UI. So she started making like nice things. But there's a lot of problems, right? First of all, I'm not really interested in trying to incorporate them now because I'm just learning UI Toolkit while I'm building the UI in UI Toolkit. So eventually I will incorporate the nice things. Because it's not that bad, right? If I want to change the button textures and stuff like that, I can. But the button first needs to work. And then we can update it. But that's... Everything is work, right? Okay. So now if I click settings, it should know settings was clicked. If I click main menu or restart, it should reload the level. If I click next level, it should take it away. Let's see what happens if I click restart. Okay, it reloaded everything. So I'm back with my character. We again got a null reference exception error with player manager. Why? That is interesting. Can I see this? Can you tell me? Ah, level prep UI. Yeah, okay, fine. That's fine. It's an error with old UI stuff. We'll fix that. Okay, click settings, click main menu. It should take us to the main menu. There we go. If I click play, we should go back to the game. There we go. If we click next level, it should take it away. And now technically we should be in the level prep. Very good. Things are coming together. Now I have to build the level prep UI. Ooh. Ooh. That's going to be a toughie. That's just going to be a toughie. Okay, well, I have level prep UI already. Okay, so first of all, let's... Okay, so all of this can happen. All of this can be set up and all that good stuff, but I don't want it to be visible. So the first thing I want to do maybe is inside the script at the end of start for the character level up UI, I just want to do hide UI. Right? Just hide it. Okay, I don't want to see it necessarily. I want the game manager to decide whether or not I can see it. Okay. Now on wave ended, what do we want to do there? So we want to connect to that. Now when the wave ends, we want to do randomize upgrades. Yes. So let's just see how that would work. So randomize upgrades needs a character. So currently it's getting it from two potential places. One is over here where we do apply upgrades. Then we re-randomize it, yes. And I think the other one is at start. Create character stats UI, yes. So that's when we randomize it the first time. Okay, and that's not a problem. But we also need to randomize upgrades when we end the wave, right? So how do we do that? So I think we would need to call this in a loop like we do here. Yeah. So something like this. We need this loop again. because we need to randomize this for every single Domise upgrades, and we give it a character dot get component of type character data. Right, so we just call that, and we want to show the UI. Okay, so on wave ended, that's what we do. Now, okay, so that should be okay. Now let's just go to our game manager a little bit and just play around with it, because there's probably a lot of stuff happening here. Okay, so the show character level up UI. Normally we called it over here. Okay, I see. So actually we don't need the game manager, because it just literally does that. Show character level up UI. And then we would do set active to true. Interesting. So let's think about that. Now on the other side we have this. Yeah, we don't actually need this anymore. Delete. Get out of here. So this level up UI and level prep UI, I need to figure out how to get this in here. So our game manager okay, so we did that. But maybe we just want a serialized field. Why would I do that? That doesn't make any sense. Anyway, private UI manager, right? Maybe we just want that thing. And then the game playing UI, if we need that, we do so we don't actually get it like that. We just plug in the UI manager, right? And then we do UI manager dot game playing UI, right? Does that make sense? I think that makes sense. So we get the gameplay UI like that. Now what that means is we can also look at where we have character level up UI happening. And first of all, we could just get rid of it over here, and that'll cause a bunch of errors, which is not a problem, because our UI manager will have a reference to that. So we just have to find where it breaks. It breaks over here. We replace that by UI manager, not like that, dot level character level up UI dot show UI. Effectively, right? We get rid of this and we look at where else it broke. Game playing UI. Okay, so this would be UI manager dot game playing UI. Okay, so something like this. Kind of like that idea. Okay, so show character level up UI happens. Unfortunately, this happens immediately at the start of the level. Right, because we call this, and this is the first level, so we show the character level up UI, which is not necessarily what I want. I don't want this to show initially. I want other things to show first, like the level prep UI, for instance, should be first. But for now, we'll keep it this way, and we'll fix it later. Okay, so let's go to our what do we have to go to here? Okay. So over here where we don't actually want this to happen anymore, because we just run the show UI function. So we should just, in show UI, we should just make sure that we do a quick randomize of all the upgrades before we show it. Oh, Museum of Limits. You thought I should have left already, hey? Fortunately, like you've rightfully noticed or realized, it is in fact the weekend. Okay, so we can get rid of that, and we don't need that anymore. Okay, that's fantastic. We also don't need all these other... none of this is necessary. Yeah, let's just get rid of this. It just clutters everything unnecessarily. Okay, so when we click that button, we hide the UI, we go to level prep, and we just hide it at start. Okay. Okay, great. So now, if we play the game, we shouldn't see all the canvas nonsense necessarily. Okay, this is an absolute atrocity. But let's play and let's see what it looks like when we actually play the game. Blub, 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 blub. Oh, I forgot to plug in the manager into the manager. Yeah. Whoopsie. Okay, you want a reference to this guy now. There you go. Have your reference. Try again. Why does it still show that nonsense at the back there? Is it because I activated it in the canvas? So, character level up UI, if I disable it, when I play now, it shouldn't re-enable itself, right? It won't be able to. Great stuff. Great stuff. Fantastic. So if we click on show more stuff, show more stats. Okay, great. And next level, we'll just make it go away. Go to level prep. Now we need to build the next set of UI. Okay. You know what we could actually do? We could actually go here and maybe just... We can steal some things from this. Let me just... You're goofing around with shader graph. Good luck. You want to do an infinite procedural work using one mesh. Yes, I don't know half of the things you just said there. You're doing some pretty advanced stuff. Because when I read that, I just go, okay. I don't know what is actually happening when you say that. Okay, it seems like we just said active the level prep UI. We could do that, I guess. Shouldn't be too hard. Could the game manager do that for us, maybe? Let's see. If I tell it to show level prep, not quite. It wouldn't do exactly what we want. We just want level prep UI.set active. True. Well, is Level Prep UI exposed in any way? Might not be. No, it's private. We're going to change this eventually, so let's just make it public for now. And then I'm just going to quickly go here, and on the Level Prep button, we'll do game manager dot instance dot level prep UI dot set active true. There we go. Yeah, no, the procedural stuff is really cool. If you use it responsibly, right? You can make some pretty bland things as well, right? And I think that's kind of the problem. Procedurally generated anything, any kind of content, has or carries with it a big risk of it being bland, right? And if you do it well, it can be amazing. But I think there's a massive difference between somebody just doing procedural stuff and then doing it well. Like that is an insane skill gap that needs to be traversed. Okay, but this should work now. I should be able to play the game because I can actually select a character with my old Level Prep UI, right? The shitty one. But let's see what happens. So we can obviously select some stats and then we go next level. So we got our shitty UI here. Apparently none of this is working anymore. Why? Why is it not working? Let's see. Select character button. So on select character button, click. Update more character stats UI. Yeah, no. Yeah, no. No. That's not going to work for me. For each transform. Okay, that's okay. Okay, I think that was the problem. I actually didn't quite check. There might be more problems, but yeah, no, there's a lot of problems that you can have with the procedural stuff. Just figuring out the basics is quite a mountain to climb already. Like I don't know how to do any of that stuff. I've watched some cool videos about it, and I'm like, whoa, this is pretty nice. I'll just not do that in, because I don't know how. And I can tell it's a massive learning curve, right? Okay, so this is just broken now, which is very sad. Yeah, so on select character button, click. Yeah, so somehow my character data.character name. I see. So it wants to set the character data character name. But it doesn't get that because I guess the character data is no longer connected. Connect character data button. Where's this ran? Okay, it's ran over here, and this reference is... This is referenced over here on start. Oh. Okay, so this is done on awake. So on awake, we get our party member game object list to get all this stuff done. And then we go here. Okay, so that's actually another error. Is it this one? Yes, it seems like it is. I'm not quite sure what it seems to believe the problem is. It just wants to make it look different. Yeah. So it's trying to get the level prep UI instance, update the selected character info button, but it can't. And then obviously the level prep UI doesn't work either. Maybe it's because I made it... this is one of those dumb things. I disable it here so it can't actually get the instance. So we need to actually have that enabled. Now if we play, it should be able to do all the things it needs to do. So I shouldn't see this specific error anymore. Yeah, now it's just back to the... whatever this one was, the... character data, player manager, get selected character data stuff. Yeah, okay. That's the old one because we don't have a selected character data when we start the game. Yeah. But we should go to next level. Then this is now populated here. I mean, look at how nice that is. We'll make it nice like that as well. But now we should be able to select... Ooh, that's funny. That's very funny. There's a little icon of the character in the corner. I didn't realize that. Oh, jeez. Wow. Okay, that might be cool accidentally. Not even gonna lie. Okay, so this is interesting because I don't see my gameplay UI. So could anybody tell me why that is the case now? So when I click start button, okay, we have some nav mesh problems as well, it seems. Oh, okay, no, wait, I know what that is. Let's just get out of there. That would be this. Let's just get rid of them. Okay, so our game playing UI. When I click that start button, didn't appear. Why? Start level button. Let's see, what do you do? Okay, so first of all, you hide that, but you also do player manager apply stats, reset wave timer, toggle unpause. I mean, what does all of this do? So we go reset game timer. Okay, toggle unpause does nothing. Reset game timer does nothing. Okay, so the game playing UI is never shown. Am I understanding this correctly? It seems I'm understanding this correctly. We never show it. We do other things, but we don't actually show it, which is dumb. So let's just do it over here. UI manager dot crying out loud. Is it a dot game playing UI dot set dot show UI? Okay, I think that was the problem. When we unpause, we should show the UI always. Okay, let's try this again. Okay, a bunch of warnings. Let's just ignore them. Okay, those are okay. Let's just give him some next level. Okay, we go with the duck. I'm gonna have to figure out why that's there. Anyway, start level. There we go. We got our gameplay UI. Fantastic. Okay, so we can see the timer. Yeah, we should be able to do all kinds of things. Level up and go crazy, right? Because I think I made all of that possible again. So let's see how this goes. Here we go. Chicken eye. Okay, so this little thing I need to get rid of. And it also kind of breaks this, I see. Okay, but the skill points made it. The levels weren't updated. Okay, yeah. Yeah, levels and kills are not updated. I can update the levels though, and then this portrait now is up there. So that's unfortunate. We'll figure that out. Yeah, but now we can give him more damage, more attack speed, health regen for the Robin, dodge trance, I don't know, all these passive strengths, armor. So max health could work now. Yep, it does. It doesn't care because we have a selected character, so it doesn't make a difference anymore. Okay, there we go, and we can go next level, select another character, start the level, and it just works. Now, yeah, we obviously have some issues, but it mostly works, and I'm happy that it at least mostly works. I kind of like the portrait, to be honest. I just don't know why it's over there and not over there. They're probably all stacked onto one another there. Yeah, so there's definitely some funny business here. And yeah, we need the levels. The levels need to be here as well. Alright, so we need to update that text. Okay, but this kind of works nicely. I like this already way more than I did any of my previous attempts. I wonder if this is going to break anything. So let's click it. So we restart without any errors apparently, which is kind of cool. We can give ourselves some more power here. Go to next level. Okay, this is interesting. We can still select them, so those buttons are a bit broken when we restart. But that's an old UI problem, right? So we can fix that. Okay, more passive strength, armor, attack speed, flip and armor. I want to actually 400% passive strength. Holy moly. That's why the armor is so insane. Okay, who got all that armor? Oh, the Robin. Okay, next level. Yeah, okay. So we definitely have a problem over here when resetting this stuff. What? Okay, that's a weird one as well. Let's go, duck. Okay, very good. I am quite happy with what I did today. So there's some issues, especially with the portraits. I'll have to figure out how to fix that. Again. Yeah, I'll figure it out, right? It's not the end of the world. Okay, guys. I think I'm going to call it there. Been live for 4.5 hours almost. Quite a bit of time. And I think it's a good idea to go back to bed. Yeah. So thanks for hanging out. Let's see, I haven't raided in a while. Is there anybody to raid? I'm not going to spend time looking for somebody, I don't think. If there's a person I follow or... yeah. Not really. Oh, wait. What is this guy doing? Okay, never mind. I'm just going to call it there. Guys, thank you for watching. I will see you tomorrow. Cheers.